sports.
We are Sports. We are Sports Zone.
Is there a better story in baseball than Evan Gattis? A man who struggled and persevered in his personal life has become one of the biggest stories of this 2013 season. High fly ball, left field line. Gattis has put the Braves in front. Swing drive, deep left field. Gattis does it again. Wow. His legend continues to grow, as does his respect around all of baseball for El Oso Blanco. Welcome to the big leagues, Evan Gattis. You've earned it. Under bright sunny skies in Atlanta, it's time for Braves baseball, a business fan special this afternoon at Turner Field as the Braves try to complete a perfect homestand. They swept the Dodgers. They try to sweep the Twins with El Oso Blanco. Evan Gattis in today's starting lineup. Hi again, friends. Joe, Tom, and Chip. Great to be back with you here at Turner Field. A crazy night last night. The Braves win again in extra innings, and it has been a great homestand for the Braves, who are certainly taking advantage of this schedule at Turner Field.
I can't remember a more exciting homestand in a long time, Chip. It's been so fun because there have been so many late inning wins. Started Friday night against the Dodgers when Justin Upton hit that one about a mile, mile and a half, 2 miles for the grand slam. That was awesome. Fired up the crowd. Evan Gattis comes through with this 2-run homer in a pinch. That put the Braves on top in a game they eventually won. And Chris Johnson doing his happy dance. I love that. Last night, a remarkable again off Perkins, who throws hard. He decided to try to drop a slider on him, and even his teammates looked a little stunned that he had done it again. What fun. But the Braves weren't done. That tied it up. Go to extra innings, and Freddie Freeman dumps one into right center field for the game winner. This has been a lot of fun to watch with the way the team has won, and a chance to go 6-0 on this homestand.
Yeah, that brings us to our Ram Truck Power Stat. You see the Braves numbers at home. Best record in baseball at 14-5. Same for their ERA. Starters ERA's third. Opponents batting average against. Hits, home runs per game. Look, they're pitching, they're hitting, they're beating people up, they're winning in dramatic fashion when they have to. They certainly have taken advantage of being at home, and Turner Field has been a great place for them as far as winning ball games so far early in the season.
And they've gained a lot of ground in the divisional race, too. The Nationals were losers last night in San Francisco. That means the Braves start play today with a 4.5-game lead over Washington in the Eastern Division race. When we come back, we'll get you set with today's pitching matchup. Tom Hart will tell you all about Vance Worley and Paul Maholm as we get you set on a beautiful day for baseball in Atlanta next.
series sweep. Welcome back to Turner Field. I'm Tom Hart. Braves looking for their second straight sweep at home after taking care of the Dodgers over the course of the weekend, and they want to hit the road with another victory today. Let's take a look at today's pitching matchup, and it's a familiar face for the Twins. Vance Worley, the longtime Philadelphia Philly, is in his first season in the Twin Cities, and he has struggled. Opponents hitting .369 against him. 2 starts ago, he snapped a personal 7-game losing streak, got the win even though he allowed 11 hits and 5 runs. He's left with the lead in last 3 starts, but the bullpen has given away 2 of those. Meanwhile, Paul Maholm goes at the Twins. The only player on the Minnesota roster with success against him is Joe Mauer, and he is out of the lineup tonight. By the way, you think we had a late night at the ballpark last night? Paul Maholm's alma mater, Mississippi State, played 17 innings. They got finished at 1:30 in the morning. They were still playing when we got home. Paul seems to be well rested. He looks for another win today, his 3rd straight, hopefully, as the Braves finish up the Twins. It's a business person special at the TED, and the Braves have been doing business at home. They try to finish it off with the long ball and some great pitching, as they have this entire week. Chip, Joe, and Tom have the call when we return.
Game sweep of the slumping Minnesota Twins, who have dropped their last 7 games in a row. As Tom Hart mentioned a moment ago, Joe Mauer is not in their Toyota starting lineup. Ryan Doumit gets the start behind the plate. And a shame for Minnesota last night. One of their better hitters of late, Trevor Plouffe, had to go on the disabled list after colliding with Dan Uggla last night. So they bring up Chris Colabello, and he's in right field for Game 3 of the series. Vance Worley pitching and facing Paul Maholm.
Maholm making his 10th start of the year, 5-4 on the year. You see his splits, 2-1 at home with a 1.8 ERA. So, like many of the starters in the Braves rotation, had good fortune at home, and see if that will continue today.
And we've got time for our 4 keys to pitching success for Paul Maholm, 30 years old, 6'2", 220 out of Hattiesburg, Mississippi. Don't be fooled. They may be running out a few of their shock troops today too, but don't take these guys lightly. And top of the inning, he has a great average against him for the first batter of any inning, just 146. Hopefully he can keep that trend going today.
This is Eduardo Escobar, the Twins' 3rd baseman, who's in for Trevor Plouffe today. And an 84-degree afternoon greets us from Turner Field today. just like that, it's 0-2 to Escobar. A couple of homers, 6 RBIs. Escobar hitting .293.
I don't know if it's the quick turnaround or not, boys, but boy, those uniforms look white.
Yeah. That's pulled foul past third, and Escobar is still alive. Give a big round of applause to Ed Mangan and the ground crew. Infield looks terrific after all the rain we saw last night. Hour and 16-minute rain delay. All the diamond dry they had to apply, they scraped all that off, I would think. Field looks terrific on this beautiful afternoon.
There had to be an inch of rain that fell during that quick burst. Those guys got to be a little tired today. But you know those guys and their motto, doesn't matter what the weather, let it all hang out.
Fly ball into shallow right. Jason Hayward's there. And off we go. Escobar flies out to start the game for Mahalam. Here's the rest of the Braves defense. Justin Upton does indeed get his first, well, he hopes it'll be his first full day off. Jordan Schaefer takes over in left field. Chris Johnson's in at third base. And Evan Gattis is behind the plate. Day off too for Andrelton Simmons with Ramiro Pena at shortstop. Here's Pedro Florimon. He's the Twins shortstop today.
Good thing about it for the guys that are getting the start off is that tomorrow's an off day. So a nice 2-day break.
It's one of those things managers try to do when they can. The day game after night game followed by an off day. That's like almost like 2 full days of rest for a lot of those guys.
Mahalam ahead of Florimon. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Paul's last start came on this homestand against the Dodgers, and he pitched well. 6 innings. He gave up 8 hits, but only 2 earned runs, 1 walk, 3 strikeouts.
Swing and a miss. Florimon is retired. 2 up, 2 down. Here's the umpiring crew this afternoon. Fieldon Culbreth has the plate. Brian Onora's at first. Bill Welke's at second. Paul Nauert is the umpire at third.
When you were pitching on any given day, but especially a day game, a quick turnaround like this, did you check the lineup before you went out there? Did you know who was playing?
Yeah. You know, you wanted to see what changes, if any, there were going to be. I think, like for Paul last night, I'm sure he watched the game. He obviously pays attention to Morneau and Mauer and Willingham and those guys, but there's a chance that somebody's not going to be playing. So, yeah, you want to know as quickly as you can so you can start formulating a plan against those guys.
What about your own team?
You know, yeah, I mean, you're always curious, obviously. You knew there was going to be some guys that got the day off, but I think for this group right now, it's probably a little less concerned because it doesn't seem to matter who's in the lineup. They're all getting the job done.
You're right.
Talking with Freddie Gonzalez about that point, as a manager, it's a little disconcerting when you see a lineup like the one the Twins have, or in this case the Braves too, because at least when you have Joe Mauer or Brian McCann, for example, in the lineup, you know when they're coming up in the game. If it's a close game late, they could pop up at any time.
Yeah, that's one of those things that it certainly is one of your cards you're holding back, and it keeps the other managers on the edge of their seat because they know that guy's looming out there, and they don't know when you're going to use him.
Josh Willingham, a 3-1 count, and nearly got hit.
If there was a third key on this Ford list today, it might be this part of the order: Willingham, Morneau, and Domet. In front of them, behind them, there's not the damage that you can certainly incur from those 3 guys. So those are going to be key hitters for him to try to work around and through during the day.
Well, like, to your point, you don't ever take anybody lightly, any aspect, any portion of the lineup lightly. But I think, yeah, this is the portion of the lineup you want to do your best to not let beat you.
Justin Morneau, the hitter. 19 RBIs in the month of May and 30 RBIs overall.
And for Mahalam, I think it's more likely he's going to attack Morneau than he is Willingham, because his numbers against left-handed hitters are so good.
Lefties came in at 115 against Mahalam this year, just 7 hits all season. But he's behind 2-0 to the Twins first baseman.
Here are those splits you're talking about. No homers allowed to lefties, 4 to right-handers.
Popped him up. And in straightaway center field, B.J. Upton is there to make the play. Mahalam is out of a scoreless top of the first inning. The Braves take aim at Vance Worley in the first inning next. Games, they're 4.5 ahead of the Nationals in the Eastern Division. Here's today's Toyota starting lineup. A new look at the top with Jordan Schaefer and Ramiro Pena batting first and second. Jason Hayward third, with Justin Upton getting the day off. Freeman, last night's hero Evan Gattis, Chris Johnson at third, Dan Uggla at second, B.J. Upton in center, and Paul Mahalam facing former Philly Vance Worley.
Right-hander Vance Worley, 1-4 on the year, making his 10th start of the year. Things are kind of going in the wrong direction. First 4 games pretty good. Last 2 games 0-1 with a 6+ ERA, so he's going to be looking to figure things out today a little bit.
Jordan Schaefer, the first Brave to greet him, and he takes high.
He's a big guy, 6'2", 230 out of Sacramento. His Ford Keys, 45 and 85. That's 45 innings pitched, 85 base runners in those 45 innings, and a .369 batting average against him combined between lefties and righties. And where in the world is Worley? Well, he's not Waldo, but this guy started off his career 17-10 in the Phillies organization. He's 1-7 in his last 14.
Twins traded Ben Revere to add to their starting rotation, and Worley was their opening day starter this season.
There are those numbers since he started that way, and he was third in the Rookie of the Year voting in 2011 behind Kimbrel and Freeman.
And wasn't happy with that pitch. 3 balls and a strike. And Jordan Schaefer, with his 4th 23 on base percentage, starts off with a base on balls. He has done a good job getting on base.
How about his improvement, huh?
It's really, you know, it's been fun to watch. Testament to him. He's, you know, he's worked at it. He's certainly had stages of his career where things have gone up and down a little bit, but you know, second chance here with the Braves, and he's making the most of it.
Really happy for him. It's just been fun to watch.
14 walks, 65 at bats for Jordan Schaefer. And a quick strike to Ramiro Pena. Pena playing shortstop today.
Worley's in the low 90s with his fastball, a lot of cutters, slider.
Braves would love to do to him what they've done to Mike Pelfrey and Kevin Correa. That's pick up some first inning runs. Braves picked up 4 in the first inning on Monday, 2 last night, and threatened here with Jordan Schaefer at first and nobody out. And that has been a huge problem for this beleaguered Minnesota Twins starting staff all year long.
I'm sure it weighs on the guys as well. I mean, you're struggling as a ball club to win games, and seemingly every time you go out there, before you even get settled in, you're behind, and it's a tough way to play on a nightly basis.
In the air to shallow center field. That's going to drop in front of Hicks. A walk in a blue pit.
They've lost 7 in a row, the Twins. And you can hang a lot of it on the starting pitching because of those first inning blues you were talking about, Chip. But a 5.94 ERA in the 7 games and 10 first inning runs allowed.
And 49 that you see on Worley's shirt is an apt number. That's the number of first inning runs they've given up all year in Minnesota. And Jason Hayward has a healthy cut, fouls it back, strike 1.
And Worley certainly has done his part to contribute to that. He's given up 16 first inning runs so far this year.
Jason had a couple of hits last night. Scored the first and last run of the game for the Braves. And I like his approach, guys, on the homestand. He's not been pull conscious. He's hit the ball from line to line here in Atlanta.
That ball he hit last night off Densing to left center that hit at the base of the wall. I couldn't believe how far he hit that pitch.
Yeah, he took similar pitches in both first at bats and hit one to left, one to right in the 2 games, and then that ball he drove in the left center field gap last night was just a pretty piece of hitting.
He was right on that Worley delivery and fouled it straight back. 0-2. Schaefer walked, took second on Pena's bloop single. Domet boxed that ball but kept it close by. 1 ball 2 strikes. Another thing of concern, I would imagine, fellas, for the Twins is that this is not a strikeout pitching staff. In 42 games, the Twins have struck out just 240 batters. In fact, when you look inside the stats for their ball club, their number 1 and number 2 strikeout pitchers are late inning relief pitchers.
I've never heard of that.
Glenn Perkins is number 1. And Jared Burton's number 2 on their club in strikeouts.
Yeah, you figure those guys on the back end of the bullpen would have the higher strikeout per 9 inning ratio.
Right.
But not just by pure number of opportunities as a starting pitcher. Those guys typically have more strikeouts total. So that is an odd stat.
And here's Worley trying to get the ball past Hayward, and Jason's fouled off 3 or 4 pitches here and keeps the at bat alive. Here's the Twins defensive lineup. Willingham in left. Chris Colabello is in right field. He's an interesting story. Hicks in center. Morneau at first. Domit behind the plate. That's outside, and Hayward goes from 0-2 to 3-2, and he'll see a 9th pitch. Line drive, right center field, in for a hit. Schaefer around third. He's going to score. Pena's on his way to third. It's 1-0. A 9-pitch at bat for Hayward earns him an RBI.
That was textbook stuff right there, fellas. Finally got one that had a little too much of the plate. Went out around it a little bit and combed it into center field.
That's a good, I mean, a nice piece of hitting right there. Spoiled a couple of tough pitches, stay alive long enough to make that pitcher keep throwing them and hope he makes a mistake, and he got his mistake and got a base hit and an RBI.
So Worley continues to struggle in the opening inning. A walk and back-to-back hits brings Freddie Freeman to the plate, and he waits and fouls one off. Strike 1. Bookend RBIs for Freeman last night. He doubled home Jason Hayward in the first inning and then singled home Jason in the 10th, and that was the game winner.
Brian Domit behind the plate, 2 for 10 in stolen bases this year, throwing out base stealers. Career 17%. Say, this is such a good thing. You got a team that's lost 7 in a row, quick turnaround. For a lot of these guys, it feels like the sun just came up, and to be able to come out here and jump on them in the first inning and a chance to add more, that is a great thing psychologically.
Freeman almost picked off Pena. It was a late night for, we mentioned the ground crew, late night for Freddie Gonzalez. In fact, talking with Freddie before the game today, he didn't even bother going home. He just slept in the couch in the manager's office with the early start today.
I thought about it, but apparently they lost my reservation.
Yes,
down there.
yeah, that happens from time to time. Think about all the hard work the guys in the clubhouse have to do. In the visitors clubhouse, John Holland and Fred Stone down there. With the Twins making a roster move, they had extra work to do. They had to find a seamstress to put together Chris Colabello's uniform for Minnesota this morning. Fly ball into left. Willingham is there. Pena's going to tag and try. The throw to the plate is going to be in time. So the Braves gamble with Freeman flying out to shallow left, and Pena thrown out, and that's double play.
That'll help their attitude a little bit, getting that guy at the plate. Probably would have been better if Hayward had tagged at the same time in anticipation of a play at the plate and get into scoring position, but he's still at first.
Nice cheer for Evan Gattis. I think everybody in Braves country is running out of ways to describe what this guy's doing in his first big league season.
It really is the stuff. I mean, it's just the stuff of legends. It really is. I mean, you're just, every time he comes up in a crucial situation, you're, again, I think you're more surprised when he doesn't do something spectacular.
And to step up in these pressure-packed situations and not only relish them, crave them, want them, but to come through with 3 pinch-hit home runs this year.
The last 2 especially so key. One, you're behind in the game late and put them ahead, put the team ahead, and last night tie it up with 2 out.
Yeah, and the other thing too is for a young kid in both of those situations, those were 2 really good at bats that resulted in, yeah, the end result was great in that they were home runs, but man, it's tough for a grizzled veteran pinch hitter to have that kind of discipline and have that kind of at bat. He's done it the last 2 times. I mean, it's impressive.
I was chatting with John Schuerholz in the tunnel before the game, and we all know John spent his whole life in the game of baseball. He said he's never seen anything like what Evan Gattis is doing for the Braves this year, ever. And obviously he's seen his share of great players, not just with the Braves, but in his tenure with the Royals.
Well, it's great for the game too. I mean, it just goes to show you there's a whole lot of ways to get here.
That's tipped and caught by Doman. Gattis is struck out, and Vance Worley escapes the first inning, but he gives up another run. A leadoff walk to Schaefer comes home to roost, and Paul Maholm has a 1-0 advantage going to the second inning. By Delta Airlines and by Ford. We go to the second inning. Paul Maholm and the Braves enjoy a 1-0 lead. Beautiful family, but she has terrible taste in men. I can tell already. A lot of folks from Minneapolis made their way to Atlanta.
And it's great that all the businessmen brought their daughters to the ballpark.
A day without sunshine.
There's a strike to Ryan Domit. 3 homers, 17 RBIs, and a .226 average. Times are tough for Minnesota right now. We've mentioned a couple of times they've lost 7 straight. Guess where they go next, fellas?
Well, can't be too many places worse than Cleveland right now, but I'm guessing close.
Detroit.
Yeah. Well,
They got to face Miguel Cabrera and the Tigers.
it's not a whole lot better.
Longest losing streak for Minnesota since they dropped 11 in a row a couple of years back. As the Eephus pitch bounced toward third. Chris Johnson with a strong throw gets his man. Domit is out number 1. Here's a great story for Minnesota. One man's misfortune is another man's opportunity, with Trevor Plouffe going to the DL with the 7-day concussion. Chris Colabello gets the call from the minor leagues.
You'll forgive me, I hope, if I root for this guy today. I hope he gets a hit somewhere along the way, as long as he doesn't drive in a run. 29 years old, his first at bat in the big leagues.
And he rifles it into right field, but Hayward is there and makes the grab for out number 1.
Guy spent 8 years in the Independent League, in the Canada American Independent League, playing for Worcester. He's a Massachusetts native, and he's going to get some high fives just on a line drive in his first ever big league at bat.
Beg your pardon, that was the second out. And Colabello's dad played for the Italian team in the 1984 Olympics. Chris played for Team Italy in the WBC. And finally got to the show Atlanta today. A strike to Aaron Hicks. As you mentioned, Tom, there's more than one way to get here, right?
Yeah, there are. I mean, not everybody's a high draft pick or a draft pick at all. So, I mean, that's one of the great things about this game. If you can play, you're going to get a shot sooner or later.
Colabello's out of Massachusetts. Lives in Milford. As Pena deep short. Not much chance to get Aaron Hicks, who can really fly. He's got an infield hit. And that comes with 2 outs in the inning. First hit of the day for Minnesota. Here's Brian Dozier. He's slumping. No hits in his last 14 tries, and batting .205.
Good to see Trevor Plouffe there on the bench, moving around a little bit.
Here's what sent him to the disabled list.
The right leg of Dan Uggla right upside the head.
I like this idea of a 7-day DL for that particular injury, and I really respect and admire the fact that Major League Baseball is trying to find ways to be more proactive when it comes to the study of, the prevention of, and the treatment of concussions.
Now, is it mandatory that if they've been diagnosed with a concussion that they have to go on that 7-day list, or is it? Because I know in some sports, once you're diagnosed with a concussion, there's a mandatory amount of time you got to take off. Is it that way with this, or is it just team by team discretion?
Don't know that.
Don't know the answer to that.
Maybe that's something Tom Hart can track down for us. Maybe he can track down Frank Wren to get the answer. 1-0 Atlanta. 76884 for your chance to win the Charbroil True Grilling Experience. It includes a block party for 20 with the Charbroil Mobile Tour, a 60-inch flat screen TV, and a new Charbroil True Infrared Grill. Go to foxsportssouth.com/grill for details. Message and data rates may apply. Entrants may get one text message confirming entry, and the winner may be contacted by text message. Good grilling weather today in Atlanta. 84 degrees, just a few puffy clouds overhead. Chris Johnson to work. And Worley misses high, ball one. Chris has a 5-game hitting streak working. During that stretch, 9 hits and 16 at bats, including a homer. This one popped up into right. Alabello is under and makes the play. And Chris retired for out number 1. All season long, Braves baseball on Sports South is being presented by Academy Sports and Outdoors. The right stuff for low price every day. Here's Dan Uggla. See if Worley's the guy that can get Dan's bat hot again. He's hit him hard. And ball taken low. That'll work. Two balls, no strikes. There's a bullet into left field for Uggla.
That was an off-speed pitch, too.
Yeah, hanging breaking ball of some kind.
And up.
Yeah, it was a slider that didn't slide too much. Those are the ones you're happy to stay in the ballpark.
B.J. Upton had a 2-hit night last night. He also struck out twice. And hitting 153 for the year. High and tight, 1 ball, no strikes. High fly to left, but playable for Willingham. And Josh shy of the track hauls that in. 2 outs. And Paul Maholm's the hitter. Well, that long hitting streak by the Braves starting staff came to an end last night, probably because of the rain delay.
Yeah.
So let's see if Paul can start another one today.
Well, during the rain delay, Tim Hudson had to, stay sharp in the cage by throwing a little bit. He didn't have time to go up there and take some extra swings.
And I think he got frazzled a little bit too, because hitting 300 runners on first and second, they made him punt. So that probably
took him right out of it.
Took him off his game a little bit.
Ball got that fun streak started back on May 17th. And he pulls one to the right side, and a terrific play by Justin Morneau robs him of a 2-out hit. No runs, a hit, a man left. We're through 2 in Atlanta. 1-0 the Braves lead. With today's Steal of the Week. That's a savings of up to $12 per ticket to see any game starting Wednesday, May 29th, all the way through to Sunday, June the 2nd. Grab this deal today only at Braves.com/steal. Always fun when the Braves play Washington. And the Nationals having a rough time out west. They're 4.5 games behind the Braves, and as we had hoped, Joe, the Giants are playing the Nationals as tough as they played the Braves at AT&T Park.
Yeah, nice come from behind victory last night. Last I heard, the Giants were down 2-1 late. So a nice comeback, and you were telling me that Gregor Blanco helped out.
Yeah, he had a game-tying triple in the 9th off Rafael Soriano. Apparently Bryce Harper either wasn't positioned properly or shied away from the brick wall in right field, which is understandable. Right? That allowed the Giants to tie it, and then Pablo Sandoval hit a towering 2-run walk-off homer to hand the Nationals their 4th straight loss. And Soriano sort of intimated that Bryce Harper wasn't in the right position in the 9th inning when he blew the save. So all's not well in the Nationals world these days.
How'd the baseball get there?
Yeah.
So is that Bryce Harper's fault or the person that positions the outfielders?
Worley, a ground ball to short. Sometimes our theory is, Tom, there's too much nitrogen in the air.
Yeah.
Ball may have carried too far.
Right.
So Soriano's had a rough trip. Nationals having a rough time of it. Hope it continues today. They play out in San Francisco again. The good news for Washington, though, was Strasburg was apparently brilliant. He was throwing all of his pitches very consistently for strikes.
A couple of good starts back to back for him.
Yeah. Here's Escobar. He popped out his first time up and looks outside at ball 1. Another chance at short for Pena. 2 outs.
We've been talking about the quote-unquote shock troops that are out there and have been doing such a good job on various days for the Braves. But I tell you what, Ramiro Pena, he is like Martin in so many ways that it doesn't matter where you play him. He knows how to play. He makes all the plays. In between hops, doesn't matter. Good hands, good arm. He's a joy to watch.
And sometimes, guys, when you bring in your shock troops, if you want to call them that, you give up something to give your starters a day off. Either they're not as good with the glove or they're not as accomplished offensively as your starting player. A lot of the guys, bench guys, would probably start for a lot of other teams. I think you could put Chris Johnson in that category. Francisco certainly. Gaddis, Pena. The list goes on and on. Fly ball right by Florimon. Hayward over a couple of steps. And no trouble for Paul Maholm. He cruises through a 1-2-3 third inning with the top of the order coming up. Serve one up in the opening inning.
Leadoff walk got it all started. A good at bat by Jordan Schaefer, followed by a single by Pena, and then a, what was it, a 9-pitch at bat to Jason? Drove in the run.
Limited playing time for Jordan Schaefer, but boy, has he made the most of it. In 30 games, he scored, well, counting today, 31 games, 12 runs. Drew all of his walks. He's got 14 of those.
A lot of games, too, that he's come in defensively and didn't get an at bat. That added to the 31 games.
65 at bats. This one the 66th. Pretty good ratio there. 12 runs and 65 at bats.
Something else too is, and I know Hayward was on the DL, and that helped add to his at bats. But when you come into this ball club with the two Uptons and Hayward, and you and Reed Johnson are the backup outfielders, you're not figuring on getting a lot of at bats, and they've already, especially Jordan, has already picked up that many before the end of May.
And Worley strikes out Schaefer. And Field and Culbreth says good enough for the first out. Was it?
The cutter that was coming back, and maybe the fact that little glove movement of Doumit just a little bit to the plate might have helped influence good field in Culbreth.
Pena single, took third on Hayward's hit, and it was thrown out at the plate by Josh Willingham on Freddie Freeman's fly ball in the first inning. Lined out of play, 1 ball, 1 strike. Airlines is the proud sponsor of the Atlanta Braves. We'll be on our Great Delta charter tomorrow and make our way to New York. Pena drives one deep down the right field line. That ball is going to carry out of the ballpark. A solo homer.
There was a line in a movie. Remember American Graffiti? This girl sitting in the car, the guy with a hot rod, and she said, "Ain't he neat?" That's kind of what I feel about Romero. They tried to really run the ball in on him. The target was set up inside field, and Colbert couldn't even see the inside corner. And look how he got his hips out of the way to get the bat there.
I wonder when he broke out of the box, a little bit of a stumble. He put his head down. Tommy, I wonder if he thought he popped it up.
No, I think he knew. I think he knew he got it. Well, I don't think he thought he popped it up. I think he knew he hit it well. Whether or not it had enough to get out, I don't know. But
watch.
Yeah, I think he kind of knew.
Yeah. He hit it too good to think he didn't. It didn't have a chance.
Yeah. Of course, that was slow motion, so it looks like he's kind of in a trot in a way, but got him.
Hayward hit by a pitch. Problem with that 09 and 2012 run with the Yankees, with Cano, Jeter, and A-Rod, there weren't nearly the opportunities that Pena's finding here with the Braves.
Good for him.
Freeman launches one foul. Strike one. Boy, this is a pitch to contact staff for Minnesota. In that AL Central, that is a tough way to win, I would think. With what Cleveland's been doing, you know all about the Tigers and their star-studded offense. The White Sox going to that place 9 times a year. That's a great hitter's park. And the young hitters the Royals continue to brag about. See why Minnesota's having a tough time right now.
Yeah, there's not too many teams in that division where you're going in as a pitcher thinking you're facing a team where you got an opportunity to get things back on track. There's some boys that can rake in that division.
One ball, 2 strikes. And what that contact does for you defensively, Tommy, there's spots in the game where you really want to strike out because contact can get your runner in from third base, can move runners up, take you out of double play situations.
Well, yeah, you're right. I mean, you want to, you know, we talk about pitching to contact, but it's pitching to contact on corners or down and getting ground balls or weak fly balls, not making mistakes up or over the middle where you're giving up line drives and extra base hits.
There was a good delivery. Freeman's down on strikes. Third whiff for Worley. And he's got 2 outs in the 3rd inning and is up to 56 pitches. So a rematch of our 1st inning. And boy, was Worley excited about retiring Evan Gattis.
Yeah, he kind of let out a little yelp when Doman held on to that foul tip. I think I'm more proud of himself for getting out of that inning, allowing only 1 run than anything else.
Yeah, he was staring at a a great big here we go again inning, but damage control held it to 1 inning. You're giving yourself a fighting chance.
And Gaddis gets hit. 2-hit batsman in the 3rd inning. He'd hit just 1 batter all year coming in.
Levin hangs out over the plate. He wants you to pitch him inside and couldn't get his forearm, that big meaty right forearm, out of the way.
And that sound you heard was the ball grimacing in pain after it hit Gaddis. Here's Johnson, 2 on 2 out.
Chris would be 4th in the National League, rather, in hitting if he had enough plate appearances. You're going to have 3.1 at bats per game that your team has played, and he's about 15 or 16 plate appearances short right now. And no, I have no idea why 3.1.
Something else Tom Hart could investigate for us.
Yeah.
He is working on trying to track down Frank Renner, Bruce Mano, for the question Tom asked about the 7-day concussion related disabled list move that the Twins made today. One ball, 2 strikes. Into center field, a base hit. Here comes Hayward. Hicks has a cannon. Throw to the plate is off target. 3-0.
Coming through again. And as he's done so many times, taking the ball up the middle or to right center field. And one of the hit batsmen comes home to roost.
As much as we all love pitcher-hitter matchups, I love watching base runners and outfielders trying to throw them out. And Hayward beat that play easily. As Uggla pops up the first pitch. And at second, Dozier drifts out and makes the play to retire the side. Atlanta adds on 2 more in the 3rd inning. A 1-out solo home run down the right field line by Ramiro Pena made it 2-zip. Johnson's RBI hit makes it 3-0 after 3.
Last night on an attempted double play when Trevor Plouffe went into Dan Uggla, and Ugla's leg not only caught him in the head but in the back of the head. Plouffe suffered a concussion, was escorted from the dugout, shielding his eyes from the stadium lights. Guys, I checked into it. According to Bruce Mano, it's the team's discretion whether or not they put a player on the 7-day disabled list because of a concussion. Now, one of the aspects of a concussion is that sometimes those baseline tests don't give you an answer as to whether or not a player has suffered a concussion, or the symptoms don't appear for a couple of days. So you can backdate the 7-day DL by up to 2 days if you need to wait and see if those symptoms would appear.
Thanks, Tom. That's good info. Hopefully seeing Plouffe in the dugout walking around is a good sign for the Twins.
You caught it immediately last night, Joe, watching him walk out with his hands right above his eyebrows. The stadium lights were affecting him. Bad sign, but good news to follow from Minnesota. Tricky hop for Chris Johnson, but he takes care of Willingham to start the 4th inning.
And another first batter retired for Paul Maholm.
Here's Morneau. Good breaking ball. Justin, Canadian by birth, was born in New Westminster, British Columbia. And a little tapper foul has the count 1-2. Morneau's 4th all-time on the all-time home run list for Canadian-born players. Larry Walker, Matt Stairs, and Jason Bay 3rd. I think we would have gotten those 3 if that was the trivia question.
I definitely would have gotten Larry Walker.
Yeah.
However, if the question was who was 5th,
Not so much.
Jeff Heath.
No, wouldn't have gotten that.
So that's the answer. There's your top 5. Popped up. Ugla's going out and makes the catch as he tumbles to an E.
Nice play, 2 down. Fans Sunday on Fox. Sprint Cup Series racing returns as Daytona 500 champion and points leader Jimmie Johnson will look for his 7th career victory at Charlotte Motor Speedway, while defending champion Casey Kane tries to defend his title. Fox Sports exclusive coverage of the Coca-Cola 600 begins Sunday at 5:30 Eastern Time. That Coca-Cola 500, always a good race.
That's foul by Domit.
The irony of the fact that that race is coming up is that that guy's nickname is Cokie.
Okay.
That's kind of trivia you don't get on every major league broadcast. 1 ball, 1 strike for Ryan Domit. Looks inside, 2-1. Look out, folks. In the air, left center. BJ says he's got it, and he does. 3 up, 3 down again for Mulholland. Paul's retired 7 straight through 4 innings of 1 hit ball. Against Vance Worley. And friends, victims of the devastating tornadoes in Oklahoma need your support. To donate, visit redcross.org or call 800-RED-CROSS, or you can text Red Cross to 90999 and donate $10. Please take a moment to provide help to so many who have lost so much in Oklahoma.
Yesterday was like they got a day off. Still had a lot of rain and even some hail, but nothing bad.
That's pulled foul off the bat of B.J. Upton. 1 ball, 1 strike. Well, the pictures from Moore, Oklahoma just continue to be awe-inspiring. At the amount of devastation, and as tragic as the loss of life was, that the death toll was lowered from the initial estimates is remarkable too. Miraculous in some cases.
Trying to figure out how that happens. How was it 51 when we were on the air Monday, and then it was 24 the next day? I don't get that. Unless somebody was a little over eager to try to get the word out and scoop everybody and didn't have the correct info.
Again fouled by B.J. Upton. 3 balls, 2 strikes.
I don't know what that pitch is, but he's thrown it twice to him in there. One was 85 or 86. The next one was 88, and B.J. is all over it.
Yeah, it's either got to be a 2-seamer or a front door cutter.
Swing and a drive. Left center field and well hit. B.J. Upton has homered.
They tried to go away. They just didn't get far enough away. He's 3 for 6 now in the series with that long one.
And it had been a while for B.J. Upton between home runs. His first since April 23rd in Colorado.
Target low and away, and that one just sailed right over the middle of the plate. Got his foot down quickly too. You know, we've always complimented Jason Hayward about how, well, he doesn't mess around. He runs the bases on a homer. I don't know if I've ever seen anybody take such long strides as BJ when he's running the bases on a homer. He doesn't mess around either.
Now Mahalam drives one toward left. Willingham going back at the 380 sign. Makes the play for out number 1.
Long strides. And a no doubter.
BJ's second homer at home this year. His first was that back-to-back job he and Justin turned in that won a game for the Braves earlier this season.
Oh, Carlos Marmol.
Schaefer a bunt, and it's a beauty.
I've used the word textbook already today, but I got to use it again.
Go ahead. It deserves it.
Man, oh man. Got to get it by the pitcher. And not only that, but it had a little bite on it too. He could have walked to first because Dozier was heading over to cover first. Great job.
So the Braves offense doing a little bit of everything today. 4 runs, 7 hits, couple of homers. They've been hit by 2 pitches. They've plated one of those. They've gotten a leadoff walk. Schaefer now a bunt. And the Braves enjoying a 4-0 lead. Bouncing ball to second. Dozier bobbled, and that'll allow the Twins to get just 1. Schaefer forced at second, Pena at first, and Jason Hayward in the box.
I think that bunt is another sign of Jordan's maturity. I think first time around here in Atlanta, that was something that he was encouraged to do, but I think was a little reluctant to make it a part of his game, and he certainly made it a much bigger part now.
They're not the same player by any means, but that's what I was talking about last night with Jamie Carroll, a guy who has had a great career lengthwise, 10 or 11 years, because he knew his limitations. And Jordan, when he first came up, just saw himself as a home run hitter. I'm going to hit home runs. I'm going to hit 35 homers a year. And while he's got some power, certainly, he's not that kind of player. And I think that maturity and growing up and learning what he can do and how he can best use it, I think, is a real tribute to what he's showing this year.
Would being released by the Houston Astros be an eye-opener? That's no disrespect to Houston or Jordan Schaefer, but the reality is Houston may be the worst club in baseball. And they said he wasn't good enough to play for them.
Well, the game has a way of humbling you. Now, whether that was, the case with Jordan or, I'm sure it was some of that. But again, hats off to him for recognizing the changes that he had to make and being more open-minded to making those changes and really turning himself into a surprisingly valuable commodity, I think, so far for the Braves.
Bouncing ball up the middle. Dozier knocks it down and has no play. Made a heads-up play at the end, though, however. Stuck the glove right on Pena just in case he was going to come off the second base bag. Ramiro didn't, and the Braves continue to threaten in the fourth.
And to finish my thought, I mean, I say surprisingly, with all due respect, because I think, again, getting back to your point earlier, Joe, when you come in and you look at this team and you see Hayward, Upton, and Reed Johnson, I don't know that people thought Jordan Schaefer was going to get a whole lot of opportunities.
I'm not sure they thought he'd make the club. No, I agree with you 100%. A surprisingly valuable asset to this ball club, no doubt. And it's surprising only because of where he's come from.
Two on, two out for Mr. Clutch, Freddie Freeman.
Here's this thing on Worley again, going back to his keys. This is his fourth inning. He's given up 8 hits. He's hit 2 batters. He's walked 1. That's 11 base runners. And he's not out of the fourth. What happened to Vance Worley? The year he was 3rd in the Rookie of the Year voting for the Phillies, he was 11-3 and had a 3.01 ERA.
Well, on that staff, he was the 4th or 5th guy in their rotation. A little different when you're the #1 guy and matching up with the Verlanders of the world in the American League. Again, he was the opening day starter against the Tigers. His National League success has not translated yet to Minnesota, as Worley 1-4 on the year has just loaded the bases with a walk.
Nobody warming up in their bullpen.
Long innings for Minnesota today.
I remember when he was with the Phillies, guys over there telling me how intense Vance Worley was, and that sometimes it was kind of over the top, that he was his own worst enemy.
Well, he was fired up when he struck out Gaddis and allowed just 1 run in the first. He then hit Evan with a pitch in the 3rd inning. Now he's got the bases loaded and 2 outs. Ball 1. Joe, we're not seeing teams climb the ladder much with Evan this last
Not lately.
5-6 days.
Yeah. Oh, on the road trip they were getting him upstairs.
He's laying off that pitch too. 2-0.
Josh Renicky now begins to play catch in the Twins bullpen. His uncle is the manager of the Milwaukee Brewers.
3 balls, no strikes. Worley really wanted that pitch.
Looked like a pretty good one.
Yeah, it did.
Out on the edge. Not as good in terms of the strike zone as I thought it was.
High fly ball the other way, deep right field. That one's got a chance. That one's gone. It's a grand slam for Gaddis.
3-0 count, and he went the other way. Who is this guy, and where did he come from?
8-0 Atlanta. Evan Gattis has homered in back-to-back games for the Braves.
And the legend grows.
That's 10 homers, fellas.
I think his average was 1 every 12 at bats or something after last night, which is pretty darn good.
Eight runs on 9 hits for the Braves. And now Chris Johnson dumps one over first and down the right field line. He's thinking 2 out of the box. He's going to have 2.
High cutter. He's so strong that anything he hits in the air toward in the direction of the fence has got a chance. BJ Upton is stunned.
He's thinking, dude, the game's not this easy.
It certainly wasn't easy for Vance Worley. His struggles continue as the Braves touch him for 8 runs in less than 4 innings of work.
Braves with an 8-0 lead over the Twins. Let's take a closer look at this mystery man, El Oso Blanco, with his player profile. Guys, pay attention to this. His favorite sport other than the baseball is golf, and he'd like to trade places with Phil Mickelson or another golfer. Well, after what he showed pregame yesterday, I'm not quite sure that's going to happen. Here he is participating in the Academy Sports and Outdoors, closest to the pin contest. First swing with the wedge. He shanked it. It barely stayed fair. It went about 110 feet. Second one was a little bit better. I asked him about it today. He said, I still have confidence in my golf game. I think I could beat anybody in this clubhouse.
Really?
Wow. Wow. I'm not going to second guess that.
No, the way things are going right now, I'm not either.
So Vance Worley is out of the ball game. The Twins have to go to their oft-used bullpen in the 4th again today. 5 runs across for the Braves. Josh Renicky misses inside Douglas. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Renicky's been with a couple of different clubs. Braves saw him when he was with the Rockies, getting some steady work with the Twins. Probably needs to cut down on those walks a little bit, but so does the rest of his bullpen mates. Low 90s fastball, slider, and a curve. His dad Gary, a very good outfielder for the Baltimore Orioles. Back in the late 70s, early 80s.
The Braves have absolutely punished Minnesota pitching staff in this series. They're up 8. We're not through with the 4th inning. Agla pops it up. Bello coming in shallow right, gets there and makes the play to retire the side. The legend of El Oso Blanco continues to grow. A grand slam, scrapes over the fence in right, and it's 8-0 Atlanta. A one-hitter. He's also hit a grand slam for the Braves today. And the Twins go to work with Chris Colabello as you see his resume. Let's check in with Tom Hart for more on this amazing Minnesota story.
Well, Chip, when you spend 7 years in independent ball, you must feel that someone's conspiring to keep you out of baseball, and that was probably the case again last night for Colabello. About 30 minutes after he learned he was getting his major league call-up, the Rochester Red Wings bus that he was traveling in just outside of Syracuse, New York, was hit from behind by a drunk driver. That was at 3 in the morning. He had an early flight to get down to Atlanta. They were delayed by nearly an hour and a half to file the police reports. When they finally arrived in Rochester, he went directly to the airport, got here in time. We think we didn't have any sleep last night. This guy must be running on fumes.
And he hips the ball sharply again to the shortstop. And that's out number 1.
Tom, he's not feeling a thing.
I was going to say, he feels a whole lot better than any of us do.
You know it. It'll hit him tonight on that flight to Detroit, but right now he's got some light feet and he feels great.
That'll make for a heck of a story someday, though, 20 years from now, and they say, what happened the day you got called up? What all went down? You got 20 minutes there, let me tell you.
Aaron Hicks, the batter. Hicks reached on an infield hit. I got to sit in a manager's office one time when a young player got his ticket to the big leagues. Told you all last night, Ron Gardenhire was the manager in Orlando with that pitching staff that was so talented in the Southern League at the time. And Scott Erickson was the guy called into Gardy's office that day at Tinker Field in Orlando. And he said, "Hey, Scott, how'd your side session go? Good. Did you get your running in? Yeah, good. Yeah, well, you're online to make your next start on Tuesday." As Hicks fouls one away. And then he looked at Ron and said, yeah, I know, I'm pitching against Memphis. And Ron stuck his hand out and said, no, you're not. You're going to the big leagues to face Cleveland. And Scott Erickson's face just went totally blank, like he couldn't finally believe that his time as a big leaguer had arrived.
Good story.
For those of us who've never done what you two guys have done, that's as close as we'll ever get. And when you think of the countless side sessions, bullpen sessions, times you throw a breaking ball or a fastball, hoping and praying that your skills will be good enough to get you to the highest of all levels, to see that dream come true for somebody like Scott Erickson, like Chris Colabello, that was a real special day.
Were you in Richmond when you got the call?
I was playing for Richmond. We were in Toledo at the time.
Boy, what better place to get called up from.
I know, right? Got to get out of there a day early. And I wasn't expecting it because I had actually lost. I pitched that night and lost, so that's the last time you're expecting to get called up. But
Hicks pops it up, center of the diamond. Who wants it? Freddie Freeman's got it. Good communication between the Braves corner infielders. And 9 straight R's set down for Paul Maholm. Trivia time. Nailed the trivia this entire series. Let's see if we can make it 3 for 3. Joe Mauer and Justin Upton rank 11th, 12th among active players in interleague batting average. Who has the highest batting average in interleague play? That's our AT&T Uverse trivia question.
I thought we were going to have to come up with the top 10.
TP. I'm going with TP today.
Really? Oh,
no.
You got to. You got to ride with it. Okay.
I know we're not going with Burley either. So
no. Can't be Burley or Bronson Arroyo today.
Nope. Who's the other one she always goes to? Is it Jason Bay? Jason Bay was some Met. That's always the answer.
So you don't have to be active on this one. Is that correct?
It is active.
It is active.
Two balls and a strike to Brian Dozier. 0 for his last 15. Liner into left. Schaefer can't get that. It's over his head. And Dozier on his way to second. Schaefer's got a strong arm. Close play. But Dozier in safely with 2 outs. And here his friends and family down below us. Dozier, as we told you, out of Tupelo and Southern Miss. And he has his first hit of the series. All new interactive tours of Turner Field include personalized guided tours with tablet devices. Choose your virtual host from Braves legends Bobby Cox, John Smoltz, or Dale Murphy. For more information, call 404-614-2311 or visit braves.com/tours. Renicky bounces the first pitch out to short. And that will take care of the Twins. Maholm is set down 10 of 11. He leads by 8 and hits second when we return. Here's your storyline as the Braves come up for the bottom of the 5th inning on a sunny 84-degree day at Turner Field.
I mean, Jason Hayward's 2 for 2. He's hit by a pitch. He scored twice, and he's got to feel like the younger brother of everybody who's all gone. The other 3 guys have all gone deep.
Reading the internet just a few minutes ago in between innings, and Bob Nightingale, fine writer for USA Today, made a comment that I thought was interesting. As we know, the All-Star game is coming up. The Mets will host it at Citi Field, and baseball's always looking for the next biggest and bestest thing. How in the world could you not consider Evan Gattis in some role for the Midsummer Classic in New York? Imagine him in the Home Run Derby or playing in the game.
There's a place there for write-in votes, you know.
And that was the subject of our tease, the legend of Evan Gattis Rose. Again, talking with John Schuerholz, president of the ball club. He said he's never seen anything like what this young man is doing. Certainly the pressure-packed situations he's found himself in for a club that is built to contend for a World Series title this year. As BJ rifles another one toward left, but this one's going to be caught by Willingham for the first out. But secondly, guys, the story of the life of Evan Gattis to get to this point. I mean, that's
all part of it.
Hollywood type stuff.
All part of it. Get a good feeling too that BJ Upton is just around the corner from breaking out. Put some good swings on the ball.
So's Mahala, but he grounds to second. Dozier's got it. And 2 quick outs in inning number 5.
Take another look at BJ's homer in the 4th inning, and it's the subject of our Zaxby's indescribably good play. I think a fan made a heck of a catch here. In his hat. Well done, sir. Took your tie off, your jacket off, and caught one in your hat. That is worthy of the Zaxby's indescribably good play.
He's already given lessons on how to do that out there, for crying out loud.
Really bad news for him is he's supposed to be at work, and his boss just saw him. And
Jordan Schaefer takes a strike. Jordan's had a good day at the plate. He's walked, scored, he's bunted for a single. We're off tomorrow, then 3 in New York with the Mets. Big Fox has the game on Saturday. ESPN has it Sunday. Then 2 games against Toronto. A night game next Monday, a day game Tuesday. And then right back to Atlanta to play Toronto in back-to-back games in Atlanta. Very strange. Then we've got the Nationals and Pirates. Won't be an easy homestand as we move into the June portion of the 2013 championship schedule.
It's not going to be a very long stay in Toronto, is it? Getting in there late Sunday night and out Tuesday afternoon.
I think every team in baseball has one of those home and home 4-game series split down the middle. I don't understand that. Why not just play 4 in one city and make up a game somewhere else at home?
It's too logical.
Another free pass issued to Jordan Schaefer.
think Freddie does? He's like meddling. He always knows when the light goes on the camera. That was pretty good. I think it would be a good idea if you want to be on camera to sit somewhere near Evan Gattis, though.
Yeah, you could be talking about the movie that you went to see last night. Just kind of act, Tommy, like you're swinging the bat, offer, like giving him all the tips, right?
Absolutely.
Well, he hasn't needed any help today. It's got to be satisfying too. Remember, Worley hit him with a pitch in his previous time at the plate, and then he hits the grand slam. One ball, two strikes to Ramiro Pena. He's homered today. He's scored 2 runs. Hey, good ball game in New York today. Cincinnati's playing the Mets. That's 4-0 Matt Latos against 5-0 Matt Harvey.
1-0 Mets.
That one way out of reach of Ryan Domit, and Schaefer will take second. That means with Harvey going today, the Braves won't see him up in New York. Miss his turn.
Yeah, it's one of those be careful what you wish for, in the fact that they are going to miss Harvey. That's a good thing. The combined records of the 3 guys in New York is 2-15. Hefner 0-5, Dylan G 2-5, Sean Markham 0-5. But Dylan G always gives the Braves trouble.
Two balls, 2 strikes. The Dodgers are in Milwaukee today and leading 4-0 in the second, as we show you what's on top and what's on tap in New York.
Hopefully Friday's the day for Chris Medlin. He's had a hard time getting off that 1 win. Has pitched in a lot of tough luck.
Probably watching this series thinking, why couldn't I have pitched in this one?
Mets have some real concerns about Ike Davis too. Ike Davis has 1 hit in his last 36 at bats. And when we last saw New York, there were some whispers that, hey, maybe he's got to go back down to the minor leagues and try to figure some things out. Apparently they talked to Davis and said that there are no imminent plans to send you to AAA. He's not the same guy.
No, he's not. And I remember when they were here, they didn't really have any answers for what it was going to take to get him going.
And that's not exactly a market that you're going to be allowed to have a whole lot of patience in.
9th pitch of the at bat coming for Ramiro Pena. And it's bounced back to the mound. That will retire the Braves in the home half of the 5th inning. It's an official game, and the Braves officially are pounding the Twins. 8-zip your score.
from the dugout, and that leads us to a new look atop the Braves' head today as they look to close out the Twins. These very cool hats, New Era in Major League Baseball designed these just for days like today, made out of a Cool Max material to keep them dry and to keep them cool. Also made with 50+ UV protection, keeping in line with Major League Baseball's Play Sun Smart to keep them protected from the sun. Guys, I tried it on. It's not a good look. Tom Hart is working really hard, and he's sweating, so I'm going to go give it to him.
Oh,
Guys.
put it on.
Come on, we got to see, Elizabeth.
Let's see. Put it. Okay.
Nice.
See?
It's pretty bad.
No, it looks good.
Got a little Chris Medlin bill working, but we'll live with that. It looks good.
Thank you. We can take it off now.
A strike to Eduardo Escobar.
I noticed they were wearing an all-navy cap today instead of the navy with the red bill, but I just thought it was a choice today for the day game. That's neat that they've got the cooler hat.
A bullet right through Chris Johnson at third base. That's an error.
It's the first error of the series. And the third of the homestand.
So Pedro Florimon bats. He's 0 for 2. See if Chris can start a double play. Not in time. Florimon beat the Rap at first. He does get the forced second, though. 1 on, 1 out for Willingham.
Chris tried to put a little extra on that throw to try to get it to Dan quicker, and I think when he took that hop right there, it cost him the half step they needed. Ooh, they have gotten him anyway. He was trying to atone for that error, and that little crow hop took a little longer to get rid of, even though he had something on the throw.
Josh Willingham hits. He's walked and bounced out. Back to Elizabeth's point about the new hats that the Braves are wearing today. Popped up, shallow right. Hayward's got that one tracked down. 2 outs. Remember the old days, the wool flannel uniforms that guys used to have to wear? Nowadays, much more comfortable double knits, if they're still called that.
Even with when they play in the throwback uniforms, they're nice and cool knit uniforms that are made to look like flannel.
Those wool uniforms that get so stretched out with the perspiration, by the end of the game you need a tailor to cuff them.
You know, back in the day when I first started, they had those UV hats too. Guys used to put leaves of cabbage in their hats. I'd keep them cool, keep the sun off.
Ball pops away and Florimon moves up 90 feet. That's a wild pitch. I love what baseball's done, trying to promote skin cancer awareness in our sport. That's one reason why Freddie Freeman wears long sleeves. His mom passed away when he was a preteen from cancer. That's why no matter the temperature, Freeman's got the long sleeves protecting the arms. Breaking ball cued. Pena turns and twists and can't get it. And Justin Morneau with a blue pit drives home his 20th run in May. And the error keeps the inning alive for the Twins cleanup man, and he plates their first run today. It's an 8-1 score.
Last time up, I think he got that big slow curveball and missed it. got fooled. This time he kind of dunked it like it was thrown.
Yeah, that's a good adjustment by a good hitter right there. I mean, with 2 strikes, you throw that thing up there. Sometimes it'll give that guy an extra second to maybe stay back and gather himself, and Morneau was able to do it on that one.
There's a strike to Domit. A run on 3 hits for Minnesota today. Again, third. Johnson can't get that. First and second. Domit has a hit.
Just off his glove. Only 79 pitches for Paul. Pretty stress-free to this point. Nobody warming up in the pen. By the way, good job today behind the plate by Gattis. And it's the first game he's caught since May 5th against the Mets.
With Brian McCann and Gerald Laird also on the roster. We've said it a couple of times. That's been Freddie's big challenge. I think the Braves manager has done an excellent job of finding situations for Gattis to be a game changer. His pinch hit homers getting a start today. Chris Colabello's third big league at bat is underway as he fouls 1 straight back, strike 1.
Much as we're pulling for him to get a hit, doesn't need to be right here. Okay, he's got a big windup in his swing. He's really dropping his hands and moving them back a lot. What a lot of hitting instructors would call a hitch. He really drops them and brings them back almost to his shoulder.
Like what Mulholland did to him right there. A young kid or an inexperienced kid. Oftentimes you want to find out if he hit the off-speed pitch. He went to the slide step and threw an off-speed pitch.
Did he go? Yes, he did. And Mulholland strikes out Colabello, and that ends the Minnesota 6th. They pick up a run on 2 hits and cash in an error as well. It's an 8-1 Atlanta lead now.
Day for the Braves, up and down. Freddie Freeman, the only guy without a hit that's not a pitcher, and yet he has scored a run. The home runs from Pena, Gaddis, and B.J. Upton. Big days all around. Let's take a look at those home runs. Pena's on a breaking ball in. He got his hips cleared out, dropped one in the right field seats. 4th inning, B.J. drives one to deep left center. His 4th of the year, and then on a 3-0 pitch with the bases loaded, Evan Gaddis went the other way and dropped one just over the fence for a grand slam, his 2nd homer in as many days. 2nd homer in less than 24 hours.
Just amazing. Here's Hayward. 2 hits, 2 runs, and an RBI for Jason today. And he looks at a called strike.
Saw Presley in game 1 worked 2 shutout innings, a walk and a strikeout.
Presley was originally with Boston. The Red Sox took him in the 11th round in 2007. The Twins took him in the Rule 5 draft.
That's a good setup. The Rule 5 draft is really good for teams like Minnesota, who can maybe steal a young pitcher with a good arm from an organization that doesn't have room for him on the 40-man roster.
Pop towards short. Florimond's got it. And Hayward's retired for the first time today, 1 away in the 6th.
Fans get 33% off concessions at Turner Field when you purchase a 2013 Braves season ticket package. Pro-rate packages are now available starting at 1 game for just $146 per seat. Visit Braves.com/season tickets or call 404-577-9100 for details.
Up until last season, Presley was a starting pitcher in the Red Sox chain. Last year between Salem and Portland, he started 12 games, pitched in 34. To a 7-5 mark. And he has to stay on their roster all year, right? As a Rule 5 guy.
Yes.
Or be offered back to the Red Sox for half the price. I believe that price is $50,000 when you claim someone in a Rule 5 draft and draft them to the big leagues. And then if they don't make your club, you don't keep them, then you have to offer them back to the Red Sox for $25,000.
So it costs you 25 grand to take a look at the very least.
At the very least. And the Red Sox can refuse. I mean, they can say, no, we don't want him back. Or in this case, the Twins could say, look, we want to keep him, but we'd rather offer you another player instead. Satisfy it that way.
It's fouled away at the plate. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Well, for the pitching star of Twins, this is a great opportunity for a guy like Presley. Vance Worley got shelled today, gave up 8 runs in 3 2/3. One of those 8 came in the 1st inning. That's 50 first inning tallies allowed by Minnesota's pitching this year. And after they leave Atlanta, they've got to go face the Detroit Tigers for 4 games. Twins in a stretch of 15 of 20 away from Target Field. And they're already tumbling quickly in the Central, 7 games behind the Indians.
Well, he's now worked Vance Worley, 48 2/3 innings, and he's had exactly 100 base runners.
It's tough to have success that way.
That's taking the pitching to contact to extremes, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Actually, it's 101. I think there was another hit batsman in there that I didn't count. That would be considered piling on.
Freeman pops one to the left side. Florimon drifts back, battles the sun, gives way to Willingham, and Josh is there. That's the second out.
And with 2 down, let's take a look at our Academy Sports and Outdoor leaderboard. And this is about the combined marks of the Braves catchers. They're at bats as catchers and as pinch hitters. First in homers, first in RBIs, first in game-winning RBIs, second in slugging. That's a pretty good trio.
Pretty good luxury to be able to have 3 guys on your roster.
I was asking Joe on the road trip, Tommy, not counting the playoffs, can you remember the last time the Braves had 3 guys catching on the roster?
No. There was always 2 and that emergency guy that you never wanted to use. And it makes it tough. You know, on the one hand, yeah, Freddie's going to have to be creative and find ways for these guys to get opportunities to play. But at the same time, he's going to be able to do that because he's not fearful of taking his catcher out of the game and putting the backup in. I mean, the backup guy gets stuck on the bench so often just because you're afraid to put him in the game. God forbid he gets hurt.
Whether it's Gaddis, considering Brian McCann the starting catcher, but whether it's Gaddis or Laird, you lose nothing defensively. Certainly get terrific offense from Gaddis, and Gerald Laird has had a good run at the plate too. Gaddis can throw, Laird can throw. You really have 3 top line catchers on your roster, not just backup guys. Popped up right side. That's headed for the Braves dugout, and 4 rows up.
The best situation I can recall about that emergency guy was typically you had your 2 catchers and then you had Matt Diaz or Martin Prado or Keith Lockhart or whoever it might be that was your emergency guy, and you never, like you said, never wanted to go there. But when the Braves had B.J. Surhoff on the team, I mean, that's how he broke into the big leagues and played a lot behind the plate. And while he was with the Braves, he was playing mostly in the outfield, but that was a luxury there as your emergency guy.
Yeah, the only difference there was it wasn't the manager that didn't want him back there. BJ didn't want to get back there.
No.
Been there, done that.
Mm-hmm.
Gaddis seems to be a fast learner too, doesn't he, fellas? We've talked a couple of times today. Sweeping slider he is not swinging at. That high fastball he's not swinging at.
Bob Brenly set out in Arizona. He couldn't get over his bat speed watching him in batting practice, and he spreads out, he doesn't stride, he keeps his hands back and really waits.
That's tapped out to short. Convenient hop for Florimon, high throw, but it's good enough to get Gaddis, and the Braves retired in order 1-2-3 for the very first time today. if I'm reading that correctly, are at the ballpark today. And they are indeed having a ball. We're off tomorrow, then we head to Gotham. A weekend series begins Friday night with the New York Metropolitans and their star third baseman, David Wright.
Falling on some hard times. And their pitching not doing so good.
That's our Delta on Deck series. The Braves and Mets. Then we're off to Toronto for 2 before coming back home for another week-long homestand with Toronto, the Nationals, and the Pittsburgh Pirates. Lost in all this offense, the work of Paul Maholm today. He starts his 7th inning with a comfortable 8-1 lead. He's allowed just 4 hits to the Twins today.
Something else with the comfortable lead, having used 5 of the 6 guys in the bullpen last night. Deeper he can go, the more rest for those guys.
That sort of dovetails with our conversation we were having about the 3 catchers. That is the price the Braves are paying for going with an extra bench player. As Hicks singles on an 0-2 pitch. He's got 2 hits today. Awfully tough for the National League to go with 6 relief pitchers in this day and age with all the specialization that takes place. And fortunately for Atlanta, they were bailed out late as the perfect storm, extra innings and bad weather, knocked Tim Hudson out of the game early.
Well, you had a big outing from Tehran, and now you're getting some innings from Maholm, so that's, you're going to need that. You need that every couple of games, or 2 out of every 4 or something of that, to give those guys down there a rest.
Joe said earlier, hopefully Friday night will be Chris Medlin's turn to pitch a beauty. He's due for a victory. Jeremy Hefner will go for the Mets.
I guarantee you there's not too many guys that are 1-5 with a 3.02 ERA, so it's Chris will be the first to tell you he wants to sharpen it up, but it's not all on his shoulders.
Pop fly, foul back toward us. A ball and 2 strikes.
Hicks's base hit, first guy to reach as a leadoff batter in an inning. Either a hit or a walk. There was one that reached on an error last inning. But the leadoff men in innings against Paul Maholm for the year were hitting 146 coming into play.
It's Caleb Thielbar. He debuted in this series. Looked pretty impressive the other night. Dozier fouls it away. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
We've always talked about Paul Maholm being a pretty good pitcher when we saw him with the Pirates or the Cubs, but neither one of those were very good ball clubs. And you can see by comparison his ERA a half point better with Atlanta. Opponent batting average 41 points better.
Dozier swings and misses a breaking ball. And Maholm strikes him out. 1 away in the 7th.
Always helps to, when you know you've got some support, you got some good defense behind you when you're Paul's type of pitcher.
Well, when you know you got guys behind you that are going to make plays, you know offensively the guys are going to score runs, so you don't necessarily feel like you've got to throw a shot out, or you're going out there to pitch not to lose. All of those things kind of factor into you just relaxing and going out there and making pitches, and when you're able to free yourself up and do that, you got a chance to be successful.
This is Wilkin Ramirez. He hits Presley. Strike. Presley a scoreless inning for Minnesota. The bat ends up in the seats. And one of our businessmen's daughters made the catch.
Very nice.
And a few bats fly into the crowd here in this homestand, and we've been fortunate that they've hit something other than a fan.
I don't know if you see that a lot, though, where guys make contact and still lose the bat. Usually it's on a swing and a miss.
Like that. Ramirez held on to the lumber, but is struck out. Back-to-back whiffs for Paul Maholm. 2 outs, and the top of the Twins order. Time for our AT&T Universe trivia question. Mauer and Upton are 11th and 12th among active players in interleague average. Who is first? That is a minimum of 300 plate appearances.
I'm going to go Ichiro Suzuki.
I got a whole host of names here. I'm going to go Jeter.
That's what I was going to guess.
All right, then I'll go. Gosh, Cabrera, Beltran. I'm going to go Cabrera.
I was going to guess him too.
Oh.
No, I'll take Jeter. Are you going to? Do you want Cabrera?
Yeah, I'll go with Cabrera. Huh. See, I wouldn't have guessed him. I wouldn't have thought he had enough at bats.
Nick Markakis.
He's a Woodstock boy, you know.
That, and as I go through the teams and try to think about players, I don't know many guys on the Orioles, so if he's even there anymore.
You'll just stay healthy.
The Orioles took a lot of heat this offseason for not doing a lot to improve their club. They're hanging in the East, though. They're 4 back. Nate McLouth has revived his career with the Orioles. And the other day, Jair Jurgens, former Brave, he started on Saturday for them. He went 5 innings, gave up a handful of runs, didn't pitch great, didn't pitch all that badly. As Maholm gets ground out to send this game to the 7th inning stretch. So hats off to Paul Maholm. Big lead for him, 8-1, as he chases down victory number 6 for Atlanta today. By the Home Depot and by Toyota. Big lead for Atlanta, trying to make it a perfect 6-0 homestand. They are romping over the Twins 8-1 as we head to the home half of our 7th inning. We invite you friends to celebrate Atlanta's rich diversity with the Braves Heritage Weekend, supported by Belk and Kia. Events include the Champions of Justice panel discussion on Friday, tribute to the Negro Leagues game between the Braves and Nats on Saturday, and the Tuskegee Airmen and Negro League exhibits all weekend long. Visit Braves.com/heritage for details. Growing up in St. Louis, knew all about the Negro Leagues, and a great player by the name of James Cool Papa Bell. He said he was so fast he could turn the light off and be in bed before the room got dark. I'm sure he'll be featured prominently in that exhibit here at the ballpark, and if you're coming for that Braves National Series, hope you'll take a look at those exhibits. great players and great history of our sport with the Major League Baseball's help and the Negro Leagues Museum. This is Caleb Thielbar. He debuted the other night. He's a Minnesotan.
Struck out 3 in his 2 innings of work.
The 29th Minnesota native to pitch or play every day for the Twins. Thielbar last year began play in the Independent League. He pitched with the St. Paul Saints.
Pretty obvious the Minnesota Twins have their eye on the independent leagues. And why not when you can find players like Mark Lemke there at times? I mean, there wasn't that many years ago where you looked at the roster and there were a lot of really good former major league players still playing in the independent leagues. And what I mean by real good, I mean they used to be real good. Injuries or whatever had taken their toll, but pretty good names.
And if memory serves, St. Paul is one of the more successful of them, if not one of the more well-known independent league clubs.
Isn't that where J.D. Drew went to play when he sat out a year after getting drafted and didn't want to sign with the Phillies?
I think so. I believe they had Isla Borders. That name seems to ring a bell. She was a left-handed pitcher who pitched, I believe, in a game with St. Paul. I may be wrong about that.
I thought you were making a political statement.
No.
Okay.
No. 1 ball, no strikes. On that, I plead the 5th. Joe, Dan Uggla in the batter's box.
There's a lot of that going on today.
And a Singleton. 3 trips for the Braves. And now Domit talks things over. Good crowd today. Business fan special. 28,000 here last night, 20,000 on Monday. As Corey Rasmus is getting ready.
Yeah, you got to figure, sorry, Joe, crowds will start picking up a little bit now here with school getting out.
Got a graduation coming up, don't you?
I do. Saturday, 2 of them. I can't believe it.
Me neither. Congratulations to Amber and to Jonathan.
Yes.
Good for them.
Yep, we'll have a few more gray hairs before this summer's over, I'm sure.
Well, at least you got them, and at least they're yours.
Yes.
That visit by Dolman out to the mound after 6 straight had missed the zone might have been one of those, you know, game's not on the line right here, and if you want to stay here and make an impression, best get it over the plate.
Yeah. Big breaking ball missed, full count. Back-to-back walks. Speaking of gray hairs, you know, Ron Gardenhire's sprouting a few after his pitching staff has sputtered mightily in this series in Atlanta.
Time for Georgia Power Energy tip number 5. Freddie Freeman, number 5. Change your air filters every 1 to 3 months to help your heating and cooling system run more efficiently.
Big swing by B.J. Upton. A solo home run highlights his day today, the 4th of the season for the Braves center fielder. High pop. And foul ground. Morneau is there. And that takes care of B.J. Upton. 1 out. Mahlum will hit for himself. Ball, no strikes.
Paul's one of those guys that could have hung out with you and Maddox and Smoltz on the golf course whenever you guys decided to play.
Yeah, he's a good player from what I hear.
And at Mississippi State got his degree, I believe, in golf course management.
Really?
That's why I thought Evan Gaddis's comments to Tom Hart were so interesting. He said, I think I can beat anybody in this clubhouse in golf. Might be a fun match. Watch him with Mahlum.
Sounds like a gauntlet to me. Laser Baker made a good point. Could have been it was just Tom Hart and Gaddis in the clubhouse at that moment.
Good point. I mean, he must be holding something back, because that closest to the pin thing was not real encouraging.
Mahlum swings and misses. He's the 2nd out. Well, we've seen Gaddis reel in pitchers. Maybe he's trying to reel in a mark with looks like a real rough short game. He's got the long game taken care of, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, that's
kind of biffed it.
Well, he may have chili dipped that one, but guys, we do know this. He was in early this morning and did fix the chocolate ice cream machine.
good. That's good to hear. I'll have to hit that on the way out.
Brought his tool belt.
Jordan Schaefer swings and fouls one back. More good work for Schaefer out of the leadoff spot. 1 for 2 with 2 walks and a run scored. And that single was a beautiful 4th inning bunt. Slow roller out towards second. Dozier's got it. And a close play at first ends the Atlanta 7th. We head to the 8th. 8's the magic number for Atlanta's offense today.
half of the 8th inning here at Turner Field, sun-baked Turner Field. We've been talking a lot about the late inning heroics of the Braves offense, but how about our Georgia Lottery hitting the jackpot with the starting pitchers for this homestand through the 7th inning today? A 1.60 ERA and a sub-200 batting average. That's getting it done.
That is some good work right there.
So Mahalem ready to go with the 2, 3, 4 hitters up for the Twins.
Had a good changeup today.
.113 pitches is Mahalem's season high, and his innings high is 8. Three balls, 2 strikes. To short. 1 out.
Well, guys, the search continues for the next Fox Sports South girl. So if you love rooting for your hometown teams like the Atlanta Braves, you could join Brittany and Kanika here as the newest member of the Fox Sports South girls. Tell us all the reasons why you have just what it takes to be our next fan ambassador. Go to foxsportssouth.com/girls to register right now.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Here's Josh Willingham, and he takes a ball. 1 ball, no strikes. $27,798 today at the ballpark.
Great crowd.
Braves drew about 75,000 fans for this 3-game set.
Love that sign earlier from the retired McNair teachers. I wonder if that was effective today.
Well, at least for one day. As Willingham hooks a base hit into left field on a 2-0 count. And that'll bring up Morneau. We've raved a lot about Mauer and Morneau. We've talked a lot about how great Target Field is and what a beautiful venue it is. One thing the Twins have to figure out is how to make Mauer and Morneau more productive with power at home. I asked Gretchen to look it up for us. Justin Morneau's played 164 games at Target Field. Now, he's been hurt the last couple of years. He's only hit 13 homers at home. Joe Mauer, MVP, one of the great hitters of our generation. 208 games at Target Field. He's hit 6 homers at home.
It's a whole lot different than hitting it into that baggie at the Metrodome. That is a high wall in right field, and suddenly it's a very good pitchers or place for pitchers in Minnesota as opposed to for hitters at the Dome.
Line drive into center field. That'll get down in front of BJ, who makes a stop with a bare hand. And Morneau aboard on a 2-strike pitch, and that might be the last of the day for Paul Mahalem. And indeed, that's the case. Mahalem goes 7 1/3, throws 112 pitches. And he'll get a big ovation. Atlanta's starting pitching, a big rebound on this homestand after a disappointing trip. Mahalam pitched in as well. 1-run baseball from the Braves left-handed starter. And we head to the bullpen for the first time on a sunny afternoon at Turner Field. And by AT&T. Exciting day for Paul Mahalam. He's 5 outs away from win number 6 this year. And an even more exciting day for the man answering our first AT&T call to the bullpen this afternoon. It's the major league debut of right-hander Corey Rasmus.
He was a supplemental pick at the end of the first round, 38th pick overall in the 2006 draft out of Russell County High School in Alabama. You see there, 6 feet 200 pounds, 25 years old. And we'll see his brother in a couple of days in Toronto.
So Ryan Domit, the first man to face Rasmus, who has a big arm. He had a good year going at AAA. More than a strikeout per inning pitched.
And an 0.93 ERA, 7 for 7 in saves.
And you mentioned that supplemental draft pick. That was when teams were compensated for losing Type A free agents who signed elsewhere in free agency. When Kyle Farnsworth signed elsewhere, that's the pick the Braves got, which turns out to be Corey Rasmus. One ball, 2 strikes.
His longest stint in Gwinnett was an inning and 2/3. And if he's going to finish this game up, that's what they'll ask him to do here.
I'm sure they would like to see him finish it up. We'll have to go back down there again.
High pop left side. Chris Johnson gives chase and won't have a play. That 06 draft was a real good one. Evan Longoria came out of that draft. Clayton Kershaw came out of that draft. Tim Lincecum. Ian Kennedy was in the 06 draft. Rasmus, a supplemental first rounder that year. The 2-2 pitch popped up. Shallow center. B.J. Upton camps out. A bit of a Soriano hop as he makes the grab. 2 outs.
Yeah, guys, the Rasmus family, a baseball family through and through. Their dad coached the brothers not only in high school but also in Little League. The Phoenix City, Alabama Little League team made it all the way to the championship game. They did it by beating Lance Lynn and his team of Brownsburg, Indiana, with a walk-off grand slam in the bottom of the 6th inning. By the way, Corey's parents were here earlier this homestand. They're not here today, but his younger brother Casey is at the game today to see Corey's big league debut.
Chris Colabello's big league debut has come today. He's 0 for 3. Big swing and a miss. Well, with Corey pitching for the Braves and Colby playing for the Jays, we will see Toronto on the next trip. Might have a chance to see brothers oppose each other as pitchers and batters in big league baseball.
That'd be fun.
It has happened before. Ken Brett faced George Brett 20 times, and Ruddy Lugo faced Julio Lugo twice. The other brother matchups were by pitchers facing pitchers.
How'd George do against Ken Brett?
Don't have that. I've got 20 plate appearances. Phil and Joe Niekro matched up 14 times. And downstairs to Colabello. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
I thought there'd been more than that.
Well, it's just since 1974 when they kept track.
Look how far he stands off the plate.
Swing and a miss. First strikeout for Rasmus as a big leaguer. He gets Chris Colabello and puts out an 8th inning fire started by the Twins offense. 8-1 Atlanta, bottom of the 8th.
For Rasmus, his first in the big leagues. Evan Gattis is coming over to the dugout. He just tosses it in the stands. That created an uproar in the dugout. Hey, 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 give us that ball back. Paul Maholm said, hey, no, hey, keep it, keep it. And just like a hitter in his first hit, they wanted that ball for Rasmussen, his first strikeout.
Always remember your first strikeout, don't you, Tom?
No, I don't remember who it was. I don't remember.
Ramiro Pena leads off the 8th inning. One of our featured subjects of discussion early in the game was the Braves bench today. Another good day for the bomb squad, the B team, whatever you want to call them. Shock troops. Gaddis the grand slam. Schaefer scored a run. Pena scored 2 and homered.
That just makes you feel so much more a part of the club. And you're doing things to help.
A pop-up first base side hangs in the air for Morneau, and he'll make the running grab. And that retires Ramiro Pena. 1 out. Good day for Jason. 2 hits, 2 runs, and RBI. Braves are 3 outs away from handing the Twins their 8th straight loss. And in the same breath, running their winning streak to 6 straight. Braves start play today, 4.5 in front of the Nationals. Washington is in San Francisco. That game will start in about 50 minutes or so.
Chip, when we were in Arizona wrapping up that road trip, one of the things we talked about looking ahead to coming home was that the Braves were going to be playing some teams with sub 500 records for the first time in a long time.
To first. Morneau a snow cone, but he'll make the play. 2 out.
So far so good on the first half of that as they head to New York and Toronto, 2 other sub 500 teams.
Yep, 3 with the Mets, 2 with Toronto on the road, then 2 more with the Jays back here before we get back into Eastern play with the Washington Nationals. Washington, they lose today, they'll also join the ranks of sub 500 clubs. They're 23 and 23 right now.
Really?
Yep.
I didn't know that.
Braves the only team above 500 in the East. Ball 1 to Freddie Freeman.
You got to beat those teams that you should beat. You got to beat those teams that are struggling at the right time when you show up. I mean, that's all things you got to take care of on your schedule.
Broken bat, and that'll take care of Freddie Freeman. High throw at first, but that will retire the side. Thielbar's looked very impressive in relief for the Twins in this series, but the Braves have beaten them around 8-1 going to the 9th. Baseball on Sports South is being presented by Academy Sports and Outdoors. The right stuff, the low price every day. Paul Maholm in line for the victory. The Braves have an 8-1 advantage. And we got the answer, we believe, Tom, to your first strikeout victim. First, though, our Chevron upcoming starting pitchers in New York.
Been talking about Chris Medlin due for a win. He's hoping it'll come Friday night. Get him back on the winning track. Certainly deserves one after the last couple of starts. Been really tough luck for him. And Jeremy Hefner, 0-5 with an even 5 ERA. He's got a big arm. They're very high on him, but he's gotten off to a very slow start for New York.
So here we go to the 9th. Tommy, your first career strikeout, we believe, August 17th, 1987. Ken Caminiti looking.
That's interesting because that was like your, what, your 5th start?
No, it was my first game, buddy. First game. Didn't last that long, but I got a strikeout.
Atta boy.
Now I was looking. What was it? 96 on the black, or
back then? Yeah, it had to be. Okay, maybe 86. No, I threw it marginally in the 90s every now and then back then. I know what it wasn't. It was not a circle changeup.
No?
No, I didn't have one of those.
When did that come along?
About 91.
Charlie Leibrandt?
No, I just found it by mistake grabbing a ball in the outfield one day, shagging in spring training.
Really? Really?
Yep.
I thought Charlie had been kind of the guru of all that for you guys.
Well, I had been fooling around with the circle change, but I never felt comfortable with it, and then I altered my grip a little bit accidentally, and the rest is history, as they say.
I'll be darned. See, so there really is some benefit in shagging.
Exactly.
Hicks went around. Can't believe that call. 2-2.
Corey Rasmus airing it out. He's been up around 94.
We were told he has pretty good changeup too. Hasn't had to use it with a good fastball. Let's see what he has in mind with Gaddis. 2 hits for Hicks. And a fly ball, well hit. Boy, he turned on that ball and hit it a mile. Aaron Hicks has his 4th home run. And a 3-hit day for the Twins center fielder.
From one young guy to another. Fastball too.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind that. A 2-2 count, 7-run lead. Here you go. See how far you can hit it. And, you know, he beat you.
So that makes it an 8-2 game in the Minnesota 9th. And Brian Dozier bats. And he unloads down the left field line. And that one is foul.
He's turned on a couple of balls today. That one's foul. He hit a double over Schaefer's head in the 5th. Ron Gardenhire has to find days off for Joe Mauer and for Justin Morneau. It's a lot easier when he can DH and still leave them in the lineup and still take a little heat off of them. But in National League play, it's a different lineup without Mauer in there.
And that's the real penalty for American League teams coming to the National League cities. Not only do they lose their DH, their pitcher has to hit. National League teams are used to that style of offense, and their roster is constructed that way. And conversely, when the National League teams go to the AL parks, they get to add a bat to their offense. I know you don't like to hear that with your athletic pitchers not swinging the bats, but
I know. But hey, I was thinking about that when you guys were talking about Toronto. It'll be fun for Freddie to see how he can play around with that lineup and get some different bats in there.
Got to be careful too. You got that hard turf at the Rogers Center now.
Is Toronto? No. Tampa Bay has turf, a different kind. Anybody else?
I think those are the last two.
Those are the last two, yeah.
That's another thing that's certainly changed in our game. Go to St. Louis, turf. Philadelphia, turf. Pittsburgh, turf. Montreal, turf. Houston at the Old Dome, AstroTurf.
Cincinnati.
Yep.
And those places were not cool in the summer. It got hot on those turfs.
That was one of Casey Stengel's great lines when St. Louis hosted the All-Star game at the second Busch Stadium, not the one that used to be Sportsman's Park, but the one you pitched in. Swing and a miss by Dozier at 93. That's out number one. Casey Stengel was a coach in July in St. Louis for the All-Star break. A little toasty. Casey Stengel was asked his impressions of the new ballpark. The Mets hadn't been there yet, and he said, well, it certainly holds heat well.
Now, those summer days in St. Louis, guys used to come in and ice their cleats because the plastic was melting, and like I said, they had those cabbage leaves in their hats to try and keep them cool.
And Terry Pendleton, starred for so many years in St. Louis, told me a story once that they'd have that Spirits of Ammonia water that you guys love on a hot day.
Yes.
Inning would end, they'd come in, stick their shoes, cleats and all, in the bucket, get them soaking wet, let the inning finish out, and then go out to their position, start taking ground balls. And he said more often than not, by the time the first pitch was in play in regulation, his feet were dry.
Yeah, you're dry.
Kansas City was that way.
Really? Oswaldo Arcia is the hitter and looks outside. Ball two balls and a strike.
Told this story before about a catcher for Seattle. He's not even on the turf. It's just radiating off the turf. Late Larry Cox. He lost 12 pounds on a day game one day in Kansas City catching.
Another deep fly ball to right. Hayward going back to the fence. Leaping try, won't get that. Two solo homers by the Twins in the ninth inning.
Another fastball down.
Another fastball. And, look, I know Corey, this isn't what he wants to have happen, but this is not an easy situation to be pitching in. Those hitters are going in the batter's box knowing that he's not going to throw him many off-speed pitches, if any, because the last thing you want to do is walk guys right here. So you're making them put it in play. So they're doing exactly what you never want them to be able to do as a pitcher, which is eliminate pitches and eliminate locations.
Another well hit ball, this one to right center. BJ on the run near the fence, got there. What a grab to Rob Escobar.
Escobar's hit the ball hard 3 or 4 times today and should have had an extra base hit here, but a great play by BJ takes it away from him.
Well, he made up some ground in the last 15 or 20 feet. I didn't think he was going to get to that ball.
Long strides again. It's up a lot of ground.
Pedro Florimon, the final hope for Minnesota. 8-3 game now. Florimon scored the first Minnesota run back in the 6th. Then afterwards, we'll have Braves Live presented by AT&T. We'll hear from the skipper, get sound from the locker room, and show you all the highlights. Big day for Evan Gattis. A grand slam. 2 runs each scored by Pena and Hayward. B.J. Upton hit a homer. Jordan Schaefer reached 3 times. Braves reserves came through again as Atlanta now 2 strikes away from a sweep. 2-out walk.
David Carpenter begins to play catch, as I'm sure Roger will just want Corey to relax and finish it up. Kind of odd with the team headed to New York tomorrow to be going to New York this late in the season, and the Braves don't go to Philadelphia until July, which is awfully
Wow,
odd.
really?
Wow. Can't remember a year where everybody's complained this much about the schedule.
I haven't complained once, have I?
Not since last
not
year.
once, like 100 times.
130 times.
Here's Willingham. And low, 1 ball, no strikes.
Yeah, usually you'll have maybe one team in your division that you don't see until sometime in May, but not going to Philadelphia until, or a team in your division going there until late or into July.
Braves make a trip to Philadelphia in July, August, and September. First week in each of those 3 months.
Pop fly foul, Willingham. And the Twins down to the last strike of the day, we hope. Stayed high, 2-2. Swing and a miss. The Braves complete back-to-back sweeps on this homestand. They take care of the Dodgers. They take care of the Twins. Today's final, Atlanta 8, Minnesota 3.